Atoll Station. One battle station. We've got 12 allies. We're going up against 18 enemies. We have 3 targets. Zibby took my kill. Oh well. Gator Paws is in first place. Darth is in third. Is in second. Zabit is in third. Gator Paws is in first. Zabit takes over second. 1 target left, and we're done. We've won. Gator Paws is in first place, 9 kills, 5 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. The Bead is in second place, 5 kills, 1 assist, and Sergeant Kit Dog is in third, 3 assists. We've got gold, and no Dr. Derp, which means Gator Paws gets the gold. And we move on to a moderate battle before the scroll chest. And it's another archer for me. There's an epic here, but you know what? Well, let's see what shall happen. And it is past 8 a.m. for me, which means visiting the shop where berserkers are purchased. I'm above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25, so another one. And that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side shop where flying arrows get purchased. I am above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. I get another refresh. And that is that. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Thursday, post-hump day. Hope you have good walking shoes to walk down the hump, to approach the weekend, to hopefully not scare it away. Hopefully, I hope the week has gone well for you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it and that you have started making plans for the coming weekend. Nothing to say on my side, as usual. Or at least nothing relevant. Getting tired of the current game I'm playing on the gaming stream, so I'm thinking of loading up Space Engineer and playing that for a while. I've been playing with building a small-scale mining truck. Yeah. Yeah, that's how little I've got to say. Today, it is the world which is. Huh. There we go. So plan is to work towards figuring out Fort Knox, which I've sort of set it up how it's gonna. Well, actually no. I've given Dennis You're working on your Harry Potter fanfic, Mr. the Cat. Very cool. I hope you are having fun with that. Oh, in part of what I've been doing, actually, this is relevant if um, I've been I have a few books on Google on the Google Play Store, and I've set one up to be turned into an audiobook by the Google AI. It's it's not bad. The selection of voice is very, very minimal. Um, and there's no way to modify the voices that are already there. Like, what I wanted to do was simulate one person doing the voices, which would need raising and lowering their pitch. But they're not. That's not something we can do. So. I don't know that I'm going to do anything with that once it's done. You're thinking of turning your fanfic into a free audiobook on YouTube. Yeah. That is definitely something you can do. Would you be doing the reading, or would you get someone / something else to do it for you? If you do, you're not using your own voice. Okay. Be self-conscious. Like to use AI. Well, I hope you find a decent one. Mm-hmm. So, hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You've got 6 stories to write and rewrite, so it'll be some time before you can do that anyway. Well, maybe AI voices will have reached a point where they do a good job instead of a decent one by then. You're doing all right, but you doubt if you'll keep it like that in 30 minutes. Ah. When the effect of the meds kicks in and you find out if you made a mistake or not in taking 2 by accident. Well, I hope not. I hope you did not take 2 by accident. Hey, Smitchell. Welcome to the stream. Sorry for for not noticing your arrival. I have a treadmill under the desk. Yes, I do. Wait. Okay. Alrighty. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 20 enemies. And we are off with Alaska Thunderfudge in first place. Sigma's in second. Let's see. Sigma takes over first. Alaska's in second. Gator Paws. Oh, cool. I killed the epic. Alaska's in first. Sigma's in second. Gator Paws is in third. And we are taking on our targets. Let's see how long that will or won't last. There we go. We're done. We've won. And got one epic already. Thumbcatcher's in first place. 11 assists. Minu is in second place. 10 assists. And Gator Paws is in third. 7 kill, 2 assists. We have vampires. We've got healers. We've got no one claiming them. Indeed, Smitchell. Spider gets healed. Sigma gets bitten. And we get to move on to a scroll chest on the way to the skin one. All right, more archers, although I think I am going to do something else this time, because I would like an epic, and Puppy gives me better odds of that. So half an hour to see how this turns out. No worries. Yeah, but I don't like having people wait on me too much. But yeah, I was on the zone. How are you doing today? What are you up to? And to answer your question, yes, I do like the treadmill. You know, it came about out of necessity. I have weight problems. Have had them. The amusing thing from my point of view is that I did not know I had weight problems when I was younger, because I was very active as a kid. Always running, always playing games and stuff like that. It wasn't until... And even when I got older, like, I would bike everywhere I went, and in the winter I would walk. But yeah, it wasn't until I got my first car, that I started gaining weight very quickly. And, you know, I didn't think all that much about it. Like, you know, my dad, like, it didn't quite surprise me, because my dad was overweight. My dad has weight problems, and, you know, but over the years, it became a concern. You know, I've had sedentary jobs mostly. The least sedentary job I've ever had was when I was a truck driver. And I say the least because every so often I had to help unload the trailer. But that was still basically a sedentary job. And And I had started trying to lose weight then. Adjusted my eating, got myself a portable step machine, figured out that if I wasn't doing something I enjoy, I could not exercise. And I never really managed to lose weight then. But I knew when I started looking into writing full time, I knew that if all I did was sit at my desk writing all day long, I would be courting a heart attack. Like I would be courting, becoming, obese, not just overweight. And that wasn't something I was looking forward to. So the solution that I looked into was a walking desk. I did not know if I would be able to do it. My fear at the time was that I would not be able to. Like, I had money, so I invested a lot in it. Like this was $2,500. Like it was not cheap. But and I set my start at very reasonable. 20 minutes 3 times a day. And I figured once I've done that, once I've stood for the same amount of time, I would be allowed to sit down. I even bought a stool and made an adapter so that I could put it over the treadmill, so I wouldn't have to constantly haul things back the treadmill around. Because 1, it's heavy. 2, I figured that would damage it. And over the following months, I kind of realized that while working, I can walk. No problem. Not only that, but I can stand. And I'm now at the point where I don't even sit. And it became about slowly increasing the amount of time that I walked. I'm at 50 minutes 3 times a day now. And I have put a hard cap on it. Like I am not going above. For 2 reasons. The big one is I go to extreme. If I don't put a hard cap on it, I can walk myself to death doing this. Like always extending, because like I no longer notice that I'm walking really, unless I'm paying attention to it. There are times where my alarm will sound. I will turn it off and something will distract me in the process of turning off the treadmill. And I will forget that I'm walking. And then at some point, 20, 30 minutes later, I will go, wait a minute, what's going on? Usually what happens is, what happened to my alarm? Why did it not go off? Because by then I forget that I've turned it off. And, but like I said, I literally forget that I'm walking. Hey, Colo, welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? And, and I can literally walk myself to death. That like I said, I go to extreme. I'm slightly obsessive. So I've got a hard cap. And the other reason is that there's still stuff I need to do that requires me getting off the treadmill. And I found that 50 minutes is a good amount of time where I can still then do stuff. More than that, at one point I go, I got to go do something, but I don't want to stop walking because the timer hasn't dinged yet. And so what I'm doing right now is increasing the speed I'm walking at ever so slowly. And my criteria is basically, if I no longer notice that I'm walking, I'm at the point where I can increase it, but I will not turn this into a jog. And there's the timer. I don't want to start jogging. Well, one, it's not that I just don't want to, is I don't think that's going to be comfortable. Because jogging creates much more body movement. And since I have to type, it's going to make that much more difficult. Why not start to run? Well, for the exactly same reason that I've said. Yeah, but jogging is different motion, and in conjunction with riding, I don't think that it will work. Speed walk. I don't know about that one. We'll see if the treadmill takes me to that level. Like, like I said, so long as I am walking, I have no problem continuing to increase the speed, which will probably take me in the speed walking situation. But the moment it feels like I'm running, like I'm jogging, okay, no, it's not even that. The moment where the body forces my hands to move too much in relation to the keyboard, I will have to stop. Because this is not more important than me getting my writing done. Today is one of the 2 days where I only walk twice instead of 3 times, because in the afternoon I'll be doing a read and comment, and I don't walk while I'm doing that. I don't find it comfortable to talk. It's not like I can hold a conversation while I'm talking, while I'm walking, but read and comment requires me analyzing text as I'm speaking it, and the walking gets in the way of that. The other one is on Tuesday morning, but that one is, and in part of that, but also because I'm recording it to post it on YouTube. So that one I want, I don't want the sound of the treadmill or my breathing on top of that. Walking and talking is a dark art. Again, like conversation, I can do easily, like as you saw, but I can't really over engage my brain while walking, or at least I'm not comfortable. Like, I'm not going to say I can't, but I'm not comfortable doing it. So it's why, like I said, I don't walk when I do my read and correct or my read and comment. The interesting thing today and for these last few days is that the weather outside is cool enough that we can open the windows, and that means the air conditioning is not kicking in, and the basement gets just a little warm and humid in those situations where um, the walking leaves me a little sweatier than is comfortable. Where the sweaty tiger roams, yeah. Yeah. That's actually, interestingly enough to me, that's actually something I am going to have to resolve for the captain's heart. Because, they're furries. They're covered with fur. And I don't think that not sweating works in that context. Like, they are, a top predator who can think, who can use tools and stuff like that. So I kind of figured that they need better heat, um, better cooling system than just panting. Um, you don't think they have better source of cooling than panting? Well, uh, well, animals don't, but Calcarians have evolved, which means that I need to work out, if, well, okay, I need to decide what the consequences of them evolving sweating, full body sweating has on them. On, what does it mean for them? Like, um, this is where you can find uh, the draft 2 version of the Dungeon Runner books that have been written. It's available for free. Um, if you're asking where you can buy it, that's Amazon. Less effective than human sweating, but more effective uh, than their four-legged counterparts. And this is not, Colo, this is not me going, how can I make them better than humans? This is about them within, their own little bubble. What happens to to furries once they live as active a life as people do? There's a reason why most animals aren't quite as active, or those that are very active are in cold environment, because there's limits on how much the body can tolerate, especially once it's covered with fur. And this is something I will have to take into account in the Captain's Heart, in the Jeremy series, and figure out, what do I do with it. Like, I've already worked out a shower detail that's definitely different from humans, in that the drain of a shower for Calcarian has a grinder in it to break down fur, because that is something they are always dealing with. What about the one I'm working on today? That is also available on Royal Road. And if you want to support me in the process of reading Dungeon Runner and get stuff ahead of time, that is the place to do it. And if you think you're going to want to support me with everything, well, that's my Patreon. the reason that I now have one that is currently only dealing with Dungeon Runner is that I have readers who don't care about anything other than that. So that way it's they don't have to be bothered with me posting or spamming them with other stuff. Do I think I'll collect this one and publish it on Amazon as well? I don't know. I really do not know. The big reason is that I don't know. Okay. All right. This is not an easy story for me to write. Because it is a lit RPG, because I have to deal with the system, I am constantly being pulled out of the writing. And while I do have something of an affinity, it seems to fall back into the flow of writing, this constant having to deal with the system, go look at spreadsheet, figure things out left, right, and center, makes the writing of this story problematic. So I don't know if I'm even going to want to look at it again once it's done. I full honesty here, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to finish it. Or do it justice in the process of reaching the end of the story. Because of how difficult, how hard it is, if you take a look at it there, you will notice that I open with a good amount of crunchiness to the narration. There's a lot of system interaction. Like, I put it everywhere I could. And as the story progresses, it goes away. The problem is that even though I'm no longer putting it on the page, I constantly have to refer to it, to the spreadsheet. And yeah, that makes it difficult to write. I want to finish it. Hell, I would love to tell all the stories I want to tell, because I want to do a full rewrite of Unwanted Company with a better built system, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to. Like, I've got 3 stories taking place before this one. And after this one, I should have at least another story. Because, the underlying plot of these books is explaining the system. where does it come from? How did it get here? What is its job? So, if you read more than, let's say, more than two lit RPG books with system apocalypse subgenre, you'll notice that they probably both start with the narrator explaining everything about the system. In the process, removing the core mystery that should be driving the story. To be clear, the stories are decent. Some are even very good. But to me, what the bleep is going on should be the driving mystery. So, I say there's 3 books before this one. There's 3 books I know how to write before this one, but they would conclude with at least a 4th book that would take these characters to, well, maybe not all of them, but some of them, to figure out what led to the system arriving. They would not figure out what the system is about. But there's a clue in the first three books, because they take place more or less at the same time when the system arrives, that guides the characters to a location, and in that location things would be sufficiently different, broken, and stuff like that they would work out. This is how it happened. It doesn't tell them why, but it does tell them where and how. The fact that they opened a hole in the multiverse, and that's when the system came in. But the thing is, writing all of that as lit RPG, that's not happening. I know that from the get-go. Unless, okay, the only way it could happen is if I were to partner with someone willing to go over my writing and fix all the system related stuff. And I'm not going to ask anyone to do that, because my writing doesn't lend itself to that making sense. Like, just here in 65 chapters, with a spreadsheet, with notes taken on how things are supposed to work, my co-scripter already pointed out that nearly every time I talk about how skills are gained, raised, and that kind of stuff, I change how it works. Like, I'm always leaving notes in the story going, okay, I need to double check if this is how it works. And my co-scripter goes, no, this is not how you establish it worked. I'm always doing that because the level of precision I need to have just, doesn't work. Totally understandable. Those are coming for being very anal about things. Yeah. So, So, but yeah, like, you know, this is like, I suspected it when I started this, but I wanted to see if I could get myself to do it anyway. I made a very valiant effort. Did enjoy Bottom Wrong, but also happy to read more traditional. Well, Bottom Wrong, I love it because I removed the litRPG elements from it. Well, no, I removed the hard litRPG elements from it. Like Bottom Wrong is going to be 10 books, and while I'm not certain if I'm going to be able to pull it off, I am. Really? How about Knoxville, Illinois? It's got Knox in them. Uh, all right, we're going to have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 25 enemies. Oh, come on, puppy! Wait, where did the chests come from? Zibit is in first place. Gator Paws is in second. Was I blind to the chest, or... Darth is in third place. And we're about to be done. Alrighty, Zibit is in first place, 8 kills, 10 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. Gator Paws is in second place, 2 kills, 9 assists, and Darth Torlin is in third, 3 and 3. We've got gold, big and small. Do we have a doctor in the house? We do not. And the Shinobi is not currently claimed by anyone. So, Darth Thorlin gets big gold, Minu gets small gold, and Gator Paws gets Shinobis. And we move on to a insane battle before the skin chest. Alrighty. All right. I do not. Or maybe this guy? No. I do not see epics. So we're going to take care of the last archer. Alrighty, half an hour. Let's see how this turns out, and I will be right back. And yes, soft lit RPG is a thing. Um, I may try doing that, but even then, the thing with soft lit is that you just don't spam the system in the story, but you still have a lot of stuff you need to take account for because it still needs to make sense. That's the place where I don't know. Like, I don't know if I can even pull that off. You know, this is kind of what happened with Dungeon Runner, with Bottom Rung. Like I said, when I started it, it was going to be a version of lit RPG. Um, you know, when runners were going to look at each other, there'd be information over their head. When they looked, there's a bunch of chapters actually written that way. With, you know, at one point, once Tibbs gains his element, he looks down, and the name of his magical shoes is visible. And like that was the extent of what I was expecting that I was going to do, but even that wasn't working. So I removed it, everything, and I set it, I kept the setting, it is a dungeon core world, but I literally removed everything that would make it lit RPG. Like like the closest I can get to that, and it's stretching things a lot, is call it a progression. If I put that within the progression subgenre of lit RPG, it is literally the closest I can get, and it's a stretch. It's very much a stretch, which is sort of why I don't really attach lit RPG to that story. When it comes to reading, I prefer like I don't mind a crunchier system, but I do prefer soft. I literally don't read tables. Like I don't mind when boxes are used as part of the dialogue. The system talking to the character in them, because then they just become a dialogue tag indicating the system. But you know, when it's just listing, when it's the character sheet every 5 page, yeah, I don't even bother with that. I just skip over all of that. Medium fitting narrative is very important. Yeah, if it's not an NCD Express, maybe not good to have. Well, and the thing to remember is the target audience. I am not the target audience. But yeah, you have people who love that level of crush there that will go over uh, every table. They'll run all the numbers and they will tell the author if the math doesn't add up. They could just play a Final Fantasy game, a Fantasy Flight game. They could, but they want to read a book instead. Again, like there is a market for that. And when I started that, this wasn't me. I'm going to cater to that market. It was me. Okay, can I pull this off? You know, uh, Royal Road has been highly supportive of my writing, and it is a place for litRPG. So I wanted to see if I could give them a proper litRPG story. And it's not looking good. If you're not at least enjoying, I'm when I can avoid the system, I enjoy it. Like when I'm dealing with character interaction, when I'm dealing with the world building within the writing, I'm having fun. It's every time that I have to stop is yeah, Oh yeah, I know, but I'm, as I mentioned earlier and at other time, I'm slightly obsessive about stuff, and I would like to finish it. But what will almost certainly happen, like at this point, I suspect that by the time, oh hell, I, I suspect that going forward, the system will remain in the background. The system, I've already found ways not to have to put too many numbers in there, and I won't be surprised if there's a point where I don't even keep relating to the to the spreadsheet, where I will no longer bother with that. Um, if I see it coming, I will give a warning on Royal Road, because that will be a change that's a little abrupt. But yeah, like just like here, like right now, I have to go double check if Dennis has something to write with. That's not what I want. And it is inconsequential. It is minor, but it is how my mind works. And yeah, he does. Okay, that's interesting. I did not remember that. Yeah. It's super duper past your bedtime. All right. Thank you for dropping by, Micanthrope. Sleep well. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. Louisville or St. Louis? You know what? East of St. Louis. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 30 enemies. And we are off. Endless Loop is in first place. IU Flip is in second. Sergeant K-Dog is in third. Looks like we're going to be done fairly quickly. The targets over there are done. They're done there. We are done. We've won. Endless Loop is in first place. 5 kills, 12 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. We've had a lot of those this morning. Zabid is in second place. 5 kills, 7 assists. And IU Flip is in third. 10 assists. We've got gold twice and no Dr. Derp. So... Endless Loop and Sigma OS get gold. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss. Alright, so we have these guys who are armored. What else do we have? Nothing else. Don't really like the placement, but... of course, Puppy is... No. Alrighty, let's see what happens. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Mr. the Cat, how many hours? 2 hours and a half. It is currently 10 a.m. for me, and 12:30 is when it will start. Enjoy, Mr. the Cat. Need to go take care of something. Give me a moment. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies, and we are off. Let's see. Do I get my epic kill? Good. Sigma's in first place. Zabid is in second. Montre is in third. And what do we have left? Nothing. We're done. We've won. And my quests are done. Sigma is in first place. 5 kill, 18 assist. Montre is in second place. 2 kill, 9 assist. And Zabid is in third. 1 kill, 9 assist. We've got gold, but no Dr. Derp. We have Centurion, we've got monks, we've got no one claiming them. So, Sigma OS gets gold, Zabid, Centurion, and Darth Dorlin has been monked. And I get scrolls. And then we move on to the boss, where I can put berserkers down again. Alright, so actually, you know what? Let's go. Alrighty, half an hour. Let's see how this turns out. Hey, Andrew, welcome to the stream. Good job. You have worked hard today. I am awesome. Yeah, clearly you haven't been in the stream this morning. I'm still awesome. Well, thank you very much. Just say the freaking compliment. How are you doing today, Andrew? You are cooking alive. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you are able to cool down. I'm doing well on the whole. The writing is not really happening. I need to make a decision about this story. And stick to it. Making a decision is impossible. Well, fortunately for me, I have unlocked that skill. It's just not easy in this context because it's gonna affect my readers. And this is a story where people, people already like it. So it's making, and the change is going to be fairly drastic. I'm a legendary life player. I'm not above level 99. I'm at level 54. Yeah, well, it's called life. You grind through it no matter what. You too will reach that level one day. You would have guessed 30 something with the gray in my beard? Really? Thank you. Like, okay. I'll take it. Thank you very much. My skin is flawless. Okay. Thank you. Gray hair is no longer a way of telling age because genetics be generating. Okay. I I mean, okay, to be fair, I did know someone who started graying in his 20s. One of my friends started getting gray hair in his 20s, so you are correct. You know, I think it's still prevalent enough that Silver Fox vibes. You wish to have as much energy as me at your age. That one is actually under your control because it's about, exercising. It's about making sure you don't stop, that you always, maintain exercise, that you maintain your health. Uh, well, okay, I will give you that. There are, mitigating factors. Um, if you are in a position to do so, I would talk to a doctor about it. Um, yes, they are. They're even better when the system is not set up to ruin you in the process of getting their help. That's why I never went to therapists, psychologists, because the ones here were just probably full of mess and send you to a loony bin. Um, okay. Honestly, at that level, I cannot comment. I was fortunate enough that the doctor I spoke with, specializing in emotional problems, you know, he was not like literally the first thing he asks me when I was referred to him is, "What are you looking to get out of this?" And I told him I just want to not be depressed. And you know, I he prescribed me some very mild medication because my depression was mild. So, and I kind of it stabilized my mood enough that I was able to change my lifestyle. And then I sort of accidentally weaned myself off of it. And I remained stable, so the lifestyle was enough. And I have never needed medication since. Again, it was mild depression. I was fortunate. Um, you learn to self-medicate. Well, I'm not a doctor. I cannot pass judgment on it. But ultimately, from my point of view, is if you are able to make yourself functional to a level that you are content with, I consider it enough. If you are not content with it, you know, I would look for a doctor, a therapist that fits what you are looking to get out of the therapy. Like, if they're just pill pusher, okay, that's not what you want. Keep looking. Again, that's if that's the route you want to take. I find it difficult to believe that each and every one of them is like that. That the majority are, yeah, I'm okay with that. But that they all are, there's got to be decent ones somewhere in there. Most of them are because you're in the Balkan and you're known for the. Ah. Ways to approach it and deal with it to the point you're even productive. Top of functional, very cool. Mostly under control. The tiredness is a problem from time to time. You know, not knowing your specific situation, this piece of advice may not apply. But are you exercising regularly? Like, I'm not saying spending 8 hours pumping iron and stuff like that, but are you walking? Are you You know, are you doing 7 days a week? Okay. Then that is probably, you know, a lack of exercise is probably not the reason. And I was bringing it up because often being overtired is a symptom of lack of exercise. Um, it's mental fatigue. You intake too much because ADHD, literal audiobook at 4 times speed. Okay. Um, I never could listen to audiobook at more than the regular speed because for me, listening to an audiobook was never about taking in the information because I only listened to fiction, but it was about something to pass the time with. So I wanted it to take as long as it needed to take. Um, you know, I like enjoying the story. And again, you know, it's how you like it. That works. That's fine. Like, you know, I just like I've been, you know, I've been going through a 60-hour books. I'm almost done with it for the last few months now because I don't get to listen to audiobook often. Again, fully multitask at 4 times. I can't multitask at all when an audiobook. Um, the only time I can listen to an audiobook and do something else is if it's something that doesn't require much thinking. Um, I can do food prep while listening to an audiobook. I've actually started doing that. But mostly it's when I'm walking. It's fun. Besides the heat that's killing you, yeah. Yeah. I'm very much happy that I have air conditioning in my house. Um, At your grandparents' place because you're the free babysitter. No AC. They live around a lot of vegetation, surrounded by all sides. So it's like a volcano. Really? I would have expected Well, I guess it depends what kind of vegetation. So, but like trees or stuff lower to the ground. It's like a volcano. Ugh, yeah, that's not fun. I've had to deal with that while I was driving a truck because not all the trucks I've uh, had an AC system that worked when the truck was turned off. They block the wind. The shade they provide isn't doesn't counter that. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope I hope you can find a way to bear it. You can't move or all the ice will fall off the bed. Well, maybe have the bed be made of ice. You're addicted to water, so it's not as bad as it could be. Well, that's good. You ended up with massive migraine 2.5. Ugh. You've learned your lesson. Yeah, hydration is definitely important. Writing is coming along. Very cool. Congratulations. It's about perspective. Yep. Not the actual things happening. That's what you tell yourself. I agree. It's about how we look at things, as far as I'm concerned. I've managed to take a lot of miserable situations I've been in through my life and make them tolerable. Like none of them were. I was never able to make them great, and I'm okay with that. But I could make them tolerable by changing how I looked at the situation. To the time since you found my stream, but the way I approach questions and opinions, most of all advice, the perfect way. Thank you very much. I'm your model for socialization. Cool. Thank you for the kindness. Freaking, this is mega chill. Mega awesome. Again, thank you very much. You will get to writing and stop distracting me. Good luck with your writing. I hope it goes to your satisfaction. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 34 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead. Zabit is in second. Evil Nav is in third. Bonska takes over third. Sigma's in first. Zabit is in second. Bonska is in third. And we are about to finish this. There we go. We're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place. 12 kills, 13 assists. Earning their place earning top position in both categories. That's a lot of them today. Zabit is in second place, 5 kills and 9 assists, and Bonska is in third, 10 assists. We've got Berserkers that no one is currently claiming except me, but I can't claim those. So, Montre and Zabid go Berserk. We've cleared the map. On to the next one, where we get skin and gold. So we start with a hard battle. On the way to the skin chest. Come on. There you go. And more Berserkers for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Bob, welcome to the stream. Come on! Why do I... keep hitting the wrong bleeping button for some reason. Where are you? Hey, Daz. Hey, Darth. Hey, Aaron. Oh, that's why. Okay. You feel like you've been here before? Well, that's time travel for you. I think I need to start doing it that way. How are you all doing? Alright, I am gonna call the chapter done. Early plots. You are good? Okay. Glad to hear that. You got a raid and run? All right. Well, thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's see. I'll take it. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 24 enemies. Alexia is in first place. JL Kato is in second. And Lesloop is in third. Targets are over there. Soon to be. Not quite. Oh, actually, yeah. I think we're done. We've won. Minu is in first place with 6 kills. Alexia and Lesloop are tied in second place, 5 assists each. And JL Kato is in third, 4 kills. We've got gold, but no Dr. Derp. We've got archers, we've got flag bearers, we've got no one claiming those. So, Bonska waves a flag. Moxeric gets gold and Neon Hollow gets a shot. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the skin chest. All right, I need to clear that. And it is time for another berserker. And to clear a quest. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty. It is lunchtime for me. I'll do my best to return within 20 minutes to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies. And we are off with Sigma in first place, Arcta and Telemetros is in second, and Minu is in third. Let's see. Oh, we've got one epic at the back. Sorry, one target at the back. Sigma's in first place, Arcten is in second, Minu takes over third. As we head for our target, clearing up everything in the way. Who shall kill the epic? Neon shall kill the epic. And with that, we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place with 18 assists. Arcten Telemetros is in second place, 6 kill, 5 assist. And Minu is in third, 3 kill, 7 assist. We've got Lancers, we've got Vampires. We have no one claiming them. So, Minu gets Lancers, Arcten Telemetros gets Vampires. We have... Now we move on to... I'm a little out of it today. We move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. Where it's another Berserker for me. And we shall see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 30 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Arc-10 is in second. JL takes over second place, and we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place with 19 assists. JL Keto is in second place, 7 kill, 2 assists. Arc-10 Telemetros is in third, 6 kills. We've got gold, and we have a Dr. Derp. We've got Lancers, we've got Busters, we've got no one claiming those. So, Quinn gets busted, Blackett Crochet gets Lancers. And we move on to a very hard battle before the skin chest. And more Berserkers. I mean, it is tempting. You know what? Let's do that. If you're gonna be that close, I'm gonna take advantage of it. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon, it is a read and comment of a block of text from Mr. the Cat. We shall wait for him to be here to arrive. There you are. How are you doing today, Mr. the Cat? Your end may be a bit slow. Will refreshing help, or are you referring to your state of awakeness? Think you fixed it? Cool. Are we ready for me to begin the read and comment? Alrighty, so this is part of Mr. the Cat's King Arthur retelling. When later Arthur slowly woke, his mind a fuzzy daze. Um, okay. Is this the start of a chapter? Or is it just randomly in the middle of a block of text? All right, so this is does the previous chapter end with Arthur falling unconscious? He slowly the previous chapter ends with Arthur standing up? Like getting up or just standing? Okay, so this is the start of the chapter. And that is what? Okay, so the rest is how the previous chapter ends. Okay, you could hear tweeting a bird constantly pushing. He opened his eyes. He was met with a blue sky. Nearby treetop face belonged to no mere mortal. Face of a feminine beauty. She had skin, long locks of crystal clear water. She had skin and long locks of crystal clear water hovering around her. Or giggling, whispering fairies. Okay. This is probably not possessive. This is probably this. But okay. If this is the start of a chapter, you need to keep in mind that the reader may not just continue. So it's always good to start a chapter with reminding with stating who the character is. Because you cannot take for granted that somebody will simply read through the book. So starting with he slowly stood, if like immediately after that the name came up, or the context made it clear, but so it's better to start with you can probably get away with it if the entire book is in one point of view. But even then, it's always a good idea to remind, because the thing is, even if it's from one point of view, it's not guaranteed that, because like this could very well be he slowly stood, and Arthur watched him. The E becomes vague. So it's always a good idea to state who the character is as early as you can at the start of a chapter, so that the reader, to avoid confusion with the reader. Arthur slowly stood. Okay. You cannot stand down in this context, so you don't really need the up. Arthur slowly stood, his eyes fixed on her. Again, who is the her in this context? Because this is the start of a chapter, people need to be established. if he does not know who or name or something like that, then well, I mean, you don't have to go quite that elaborate. Uh, you know, or at that point, it depends how. It depends what kind of style you want to get, but it could be something like, because you say a phrase that belongs to no mere mortal, feminine, so, you know, fixed on the inhuman beauty. You know, at this, like you don't need to necessarily go, beat per beat exactly who that is, but you need to remind the reader, and at that point, something like that. But like I said, like it's more about making sure that not just using pronoun until the character has enough established that the reader knows whom the pronouns refers to. And again, if a name is there, use it. Um, Avoid being vague for the sake of being vague. I've read a book where the characters are really, really, really good. The story, on the whole, the book is really nice, but the author cannot stop opening chapters or introducing characters as if they were complete strangers to the main character when it's his girlfriend. So, all right. He stood his eyes, plural. Unless he only has one, it should be plural, fixed on the. I'm leaving inhuman beauty. You know. Okay, so if it's he felt, then this needs to be the end of a phrase. He felt. Okay. You don't. Okay. Feeling like something is not really okay. It's filler words. He doesn't feel like he's defenseless. He feels defenseless. Now, looking at what comes next. What if you want? Because if you, okay, let's go back. Because he felt like he was defenseless before a mighty dragon. This is why I need to read an entire phrase before I comment. Okay, that actually works because it's not that he feels defenseless; it's that he feels like he's in front of a mighty dragon. Okay, again, this needs to you need to practice terminating phrases. And in this context, it's actually a different paragraph because this is Arthur, and this is now the beauty, the woman who speaks. Since it's a different person acting within the paragraph, it needs to be a paragraph change. She smiled. Be not afraid. I will not harm you. What are you? He stammered with widened eyes. Okay. I'm. This. It means it ends. Because basically, what you had is. Okay, what you literally had was a bunch of commas. And the thing is, okay, here, okay, you cannot take a breath when there's a comma. The only place in a phrase you are allowed to take a breath is at a period. When the phrase ends, technically, if you're speaking, that is where you catch your breath. Arthur slowly stood, his eyes fixed on the Nemean beauty. He felt like he was defenseless before the mighty dragon. She smiled, "Be not afraid, no harm, I will not harm you." If it's all commas, this is how it needs to be read. I have the breath to do it all, but if you want it in the context of how you write, roughly it's anytime you change from what is being spoken. Arthur stood, his eyes fixed on the inhuman beauty. This is Arthur, the act of Arthur standing. He felt like he was defenseless before a mighty dragon. This is how he felt. It's a different subject relating to Arthur. Now, this falls within a bit how it should be done. It can be played with. But also, when it comes to speaking it, it becomes places where the speaker catches his breath. So, Arthur slowly stood, his eyes fixed on the inhuman beauty. He felt like he was defenseless before a mighty dragon. She smiled. "Be not afraid, I will not harm you." It's not, all the time. But if you ever think that a phrase might be going on too long, it is a way to test it. Because if you cannot speak the entire thing without taking a breath, if you cannot speak the entire thing without taking a breath, it's too long. You need to find a place to cut it, to terminate it. But yeah, anytime that the subject of the phrase, and it is, again, it's writing, it's a bit nebulous, but anytime that things change a little bit. Again, Arthur was standing, and after that he's feeling something. Now, you can't there's a way to write all this in one phrase. But it would not look like that. Hey, Christy. Oh, you are quite welcome. I'll keep putting units as long as you're playing today. She smiled. "Be not afraid. I will not harm you." What are you?" he stammered, with widened eyes. I want to question, but this is fairies. Fairies do not need to make sense, are not actually expected to make sense. He likes her. One fairy giggled. "I am the lady of the lake to your kind," she said. Okay. I believe I've mentioned that before, but when there's an action, if it's possible to link the speaker to that action, it's a little more effective than saying "she said." Sometimes it will not fit. But when it does, it simplifies. It's a way of changing it over from always saying he said, she said, and so on. You know, the dialogue tags may be invisible, but if it's possible to avoid them, it's a good thing. She glanced. Okay, and in, you know, if this were to, if it was made like that, it would be she glanced at the fairy. Oh, you're okay. You're, this would be, you are. It's another, my lady, king. Okay. Would he? Would he really just introduce himself at, you know, just say King Arthur? I mean, because, and I'm asking because when we speak, it tends to be I am. Now, here's a, again, like there are, like, again, it's writing. There's multiple ways to do it. It feels weird. Like there's, I see two simple ways to go about it, and I think it depends a lot on the kind of personality you've given to Arthur. Like this, you know, there's the straightforward one. I am King Arthur, or I'm King Arthur. The other one that I could see happening is cutting the action, King Arthur at your service. Now, the exact wording may not fit the setting, but you know, but it depends if Arthur is the kind of person who offers his service, or as a king expect to be served. Again, like this is something that you know, you need to see what you've established. But like those are the two variation, and you know, that I think could be used to fit to slip in here. While the fairies sang. So this is happening while at the same time as he's talking, as he's introducing himself. Okay, that's an interest. Okay, how would I, how could it be done? Um, okay, and this is one where you would have to try something and be okay with it. Like you try things until you find one where you're okay with it, and in the end you would probably want your beta reader's opinion once they get that. What I would do here, and the reason I say that is that there's no real straightforward way to convey that. Unless it matters that it's a very specific, oh, actually plural. So sorry. So that might be what you're going for. like this is sort of what I would try. You know, he bowed while the fairy sang, King Arthur at your service. Arthur and the lady sitting in a tree, Kissing. The the reason I would do it that way is that in the action we specify that it's all taking at the same time. And where it becomes iffy is that now it's unclear necessarily who is saying King Arthur at your service. Now, to me, the context makes it obvious. But like I said, this is where beta readers, their input becomes useful. Well, okay. I thought this was how it was spelled. Oh, right, the fairies. Sorry. Forgot to fix that. But yeah, like this is a case where the beta readers would give you a sense of if it is confusing to them or not. Arthur and the lady sitting in a tree, Kissing. First comes love, second comes marriage, third comes the baby. Third one comes with a baby carriage. This will have to be a different phrase. Arthur half chuckled, looked around at them in wonder, and then took in the beauty around him as the fairies probably darted off to play hide and seek. All right, give me a moment to deal with this. Okay. So, half chuckled? What is a half chuckle? Okay, if it's hard to explain, you have to realize that the reader is not going to know, which means that it may not be the correct expression to use. You know, what does a half chuckle look like to somebody watching? Slightly amused. So that's a chuckle. That's amused. um, Because the chuckle in and of itself conveys amusement. So if it's not entirely amused, it's what is not amused that needs to be conveyed, that needs to be explained. So if he's only slightly amused, what's the other emotion he's feeling? So he's overwhelmed. What is he chuckling at? What is amusing him? Okay. So it is the song that's amusing him. Um, all right, we're gonna have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. This one's a little bit of a conundrum here. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 38 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies. And really? I put myself right next to him and I don't get to kill it? Really? Sigma's in first place, JL is in second, Bonska is in third, Helpful Onion takes over second place, Neon is in third, JL takes over third again, and we're about to be done, I think. No? Oh, okay, even though he's not marked, he becomes an enemy. Very nice. Can we have a Saint? Convert him back? No? Okay. Well, we've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 17 assists. JL Kato is in second place, 1 kill, 5 assists. Helpful Onion is in third with 6 kills. We have Flying Rogues, we've got Healers, we've got no one claiming them. So, Oliver, you get Flying Rogue, Bonska gets Healers. And we move on to a skin chest. On the way to the gold. Yeah, gold will be the last one today. If we win everything. Alrighty, another Flying Rogue Berserker for me. Huh. You know, this could be quick because I put it right next to the targets again. Oh well, we'll see what happens. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Okay. So, this is sort of what I'm sort of looking, well, thinking of, since it's all, that, you know, to me, all, you know, being overwhelmed, you know, takes over what's happening. So, you know, his chuckle, you know, implies amusement, but it trails off, you know, as he takes in his surrounding. Okay. And, you know, after that would come... Really? Okay. After that would come establishing what he looks at, what he is seeing. You know, and the thing is that you need... While you can't make it as awe-inspiring as to the reader as it is for Arthur, because it's a story. The reader, you don't know what the reader has experienced. You kind of want to give a sense of it. So here's where, this is where you start with what the big stuff. This is not where you start with the small things. Oh, the fairies are playing around, then this, then that. No. You start with the biggest thing that Arthur can notice, that is overwhelming him. And through that, you interspice everything else. And this is where, when you are looking to inspire or to imply a certain level of awe, this is where using flowery language becomes a tool. Because when something impresses us, it's no longer just the item, it's also the things that it makes us feel. And that will tint the language, tint how we perceive things. So, and here's where, you use a bit of that, the lake's not just big, it is vast. But, it feels like starting with the lake is where you would want to start. And and through that you interspice the other details. So you could have the fairies dancing of it, or quickly skittering away from them to hide, within the emerald fields. Honestly, at that point, this is not something that I can really tell you how to do it, because this is going to be dictated a lot by your style and by the language you've already been using within the story. But yeah, this is a place where you want to you want to attempt to convey the awe that Arthur is feeling at that point with everything. Um, and this, okay, so here, like, I would say, like, don't tell the reader that he's taking in something. Have it happen, like, like, basically here what I would do is I would just leave it as that, and I would sprinkle what the fairies are doing through that, because you don't want to delay what is making him feel this awe, what is overwhelming him. There was a vast shimmering lake stretching before him. Okay, well, okay, is he standing in the water or is he on the shore? Because this is a place, this is where that detail, because, okay, so he's the shore, so the lake would stretch before him. It's gorgeous. And again, you said this is a place where I will accept a word like gorgeous. In neutral narration, I would question its use, But this is exactly where that kind of word fits because he's overwhelmed, he's awed. It's gorgeous water, a deep, inviting blue. A veil of mist shrouded a distant island. Within it were a handful more feminine creature. Um, if the island is shrouded in mist, there should be uncertainty as to what he is seeing because mist hides what's in it. It's not clear. If you need the reader to, like, if you need Arthur to be sure what is there, I would remove the mist. Well, okay, time out. We need to establish a detail. Is this told in third person omniscient or third person narrow? Because I reflexively go to narrow, which is how I've been looking at this. But if you are in, you forget, yeah, you need to establish that and you need to stick to it. Like, okay, the point of view that you're going to use, it is not something you can allow yourself to just do. You need to know because it informs everything about how the story is told. Like this is the kind of this is not a kind of thing that you can leave because okay. And the reason I have to ask is that everything up till now is fairly narrow, but here this is omniscient. This line here is pure third person omniscient because there's no way Arthur can know exactly that because the narration specifically says that they're hiding from him. So, but the thing is, there's still the veil, like the island is still covered in mist. Okay, well then we need. Okay, where are these creatures? Are they on the island? Are they over standing on top of the water? Like where are they? Because within it, in this context, implies that they are within the shroud, within the mist. Okay, then that needs to better establish because again, like what is this within it? What when this says within it, what does that mean? Because at this point the only reference point for within that we have is the closest thing mentioned. So they are within the lake. So are they standing on the lake? Okay. Setting, yeah, okay. Um, is he more impressed by the island shrouded in mist or by the creatures? The creatures. Okay. In that case, I would move things around to start with. And considering that they are literally like they're hiding themselves as soon as he sees them, there's not we a lot of things will be left to impressions. So you should add their names. Well, since you're narrow, technically the name should only be added if Arthur knows what they are. Because that's one of the limitation of narrow, is that technically you cannot provide the reader any more information than what Arthur knows, because everything is filtered through him. So I'm guessing they're naiads. Azure. Okay. All right. I do not know. I don't know what those are. I suspect that they'll probably be very made of. Yeah. I suspect that in the end they'll be very close to naiads. I think naiads are basically the same thing. Or actually, naiads may be outright water spirits. Um, well, okay. So if you say that Arthur would know what they are, I am not really going to care about the spelling. Mm, now here a challenge becomes not reusing the same words all the time. Because I was about to say they're shimmering bodies, but we already have shimmering for the lake. Rippling. Well, the thing is, I was going with light shimmer, light ripples. Um, and you know, this is just an example. So, okay, so now we have an issue with where the mermaids are, because if they're lying by the lakeside, they can't be next to them because he's looking into the lake. So the lake is there, the lake side is the shore, so it would be, you know, around. So, well, yeah, okay, but it's still the, because this is the thing, this is about setting up the scene, and okay. Well, okay, in that case, we need to establish better where the astray are. Um, and that's how I would do it. Stretching before, I, yeah, you're gonna definitely want to rework all of this to better work things up, because again, it's all about figuring out the um, you know, making sure the reader understand where Arthur is standing, because this definitely makes it feel like he's on the shore of the lake, like he's looking ahead. Um, you know, if he's standing away, So, this is sort of how I would resolve it, because now we're establishing that the grass is before him, then the lake, and that it stretches in the distance. And even that can probably still get worked. But now we can have the Astray in the shore's water. The one thing, though, is that actually maybe not. Stretched. Instead of into this distance, this already says that it's vast. So now we have now the problem with that is there's too much space between the water and its color. Okay, when you use inviting blue, is it in the sense that there's a sort of, like there's a sort of compulsion to jump into the lake, or just that it's very clear, that it's very that it is the kind of clear. Yeah, you're gonna have to add context because I kept talking. Clear. Okay. Okay. In that case, in this context, oops. And there we go. So now we have reincorporated everything, and it's now in such a way that we don't have to question what it's referring to. And, you know, a lot of time that's what fixing a paragraph is about. And a way to do it is to break the elements apart and see what goes where. All right, so we've got asteroid darted into the shore's water, light breaking apart in multitude of colors within their watery bodies as they vanished. And now we have the ferry. So the island has been dealt with. The asteroid have been dealt with. And the mermaid have been dealt with. So you know, this is a way to resolve all of it. You know, and it sort of all feeds from one of the other. Again, language would probably need to be changed to something more appropriate to the language you use within the story. All right, we are going to have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 40 allies. We're going up against 42 enemies. And we are off. Arc 10 is in first place. Oh, I killed an epic. Neon is in first place. JL is in first place. Neon is back in first place. JL is in second. Arc 10 is in third. Monterey takes over third. And we're done. We've won. Neon Hollow is in first place with 23 assists. JL Kato is in second place, 15 assists. And Sigma OS is in third, 8 assists. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Nope. They jumped in for one battle and left. We've got Flying Rogues. We've got Musketeers. We've got no one claiming them. So, Shoehorn gets gold. Sigma OS gets Musketeers. Alexia gets Flying Rogues. And we move on to an insane battle. Oh, wait a minute. If we win everything, we will get to the boss today. Huh. On the way to the gold chest. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Around the lake were emerald fields. At this point, we probably don't need emerald since it's already been stated that the grass is emerald green, where a nearby family of unicorn grazed peacefully among the wildflower and mushrooms. This was surrounded by woodlands with tall ancient tree, leaving a vast array of colors. Wait, what? Oh, I see. There, leaves a vast array of colors. Next to them were strange, luminous mushrooms that only stood all. Well, it would have auto-corrected something else. Because their leaving still doesn't quite work even together. But anyway, that only stood almost as large. And surrounding all of the enchanted forest was a great mountain, and one mountain stood above all of them, a great black mountain with plumes of smoke spilling out of the top. A mountain close. Yeah, this is something you're going to want to break apart and figure out a better way to incorporate everything. Because right now, like, quite literally from here, like, this is how it reads. Next to them were strange, luminous mushroom that only stood almost as large as the surrounding all of this, and surrounding all the enchanted forest, towering above all of them were the great mountains, and one mountain, like, I cannot even read through that. Like, you know, and the thing is, you've got multiple subjects, so things needs to be broken up and reincorporated a bit like I did here. You know, so that things lead from one to another, and you know, you want to avoid repeating word. And a way to go about it is, again, from what he notices first. Like here we started with, what's ahead of him, and he's, looking that away. And if you want to start with the mountains, yeah, you can start the mountains there, the tallest, and coming down. The fairies growing bored? I think that's what you mean. The fairies growing bored scattered as Arthur turned his gaze back to the Lady of the Lake, and he realized, my injuries, they're gone. I healed them, she nodded. Arthur shook his head and half chuckled again. Again, like this, what does this mean? And the reason I'm pointing this out is that, as clear as it is to you, the reader is not in your mind. So you need to convey it so that the reader understands. This is why almost every editor, every app that deals with stuff like that will say, do not use colloquialism, because those are very localized, and they may not mean what they either may not mean what you think they mean to the reader, or they may not mean anything to the reader, and neither one are good. So anytime that you write something and it's a shortcut for something, you need to break it apart, figure out what it's supposed to represent, and make sure to convey that through the writing. This seems like some kind of wild dream, yet a good one. She sat upon the floor, and technically it's the ground. Floor usually means an artificial thing, and patted the grass. He joined her. It is quite real. The fairies told me of what happened, loosely. I failed. My sword was broken. That's what happened. He said with a defeated sigh. I was a fool to think I could win. So easily discouraged. She said, drawing his gaze. Faith technology? Is that... I mean... Okay. Using this word, technology is a word very rooted into science. If she is using it, the undertone that is conveyed is that fairies, the fae, are actually technological rather than magical beings. And it's just that their technology is advanced in such a way that it is perceived as magic to the common folks. Is that what you're going for? Okay, so you mean regular tools. Okay. Then I would go for something a little simpler. Well, to me it's simpler. Not simpler if I write it. So, what the Fae make and their abilities is beyond your kind in many ways. Your kind in many way, your sword, was always going to break before his sword. Something doesn't quite work here. Your sword was always going to break before his sword. The strength of the Black Knight and his blade was too much for it. Yeah. But so what are you trying to say here? Okay. But it still doesn't quite like. Yeah, but it still doesn't quite work. Your sword was always going to break before his. The strength of the Black Knight and his blade was too much for it. And I've just figured out what's not working. I'm curious to see if you can work it out. Hey, Viking, welcome to the stream. Oh, wait a minute. Damn it. You guys have, okay. You guys have exactly the same color. I thought it was Mr. the Cat telling me remove sword. Okay. The situation here is that this is about Arthur's sword. This is about the Black Knight's sword, which means that it needs a break. This is two different phrases entirely. I mean, technically, this is also a different phrase because, it's different subject. Oh, okay. It came across as just ending the phrase, and yeah, this is the solution here. The removing sword would work. It's dialogue though, so I'm more, as I've said before, dialogue gets a lot of leeway. But the big thing is that these are two different subjects. So they need to be broken apart because now it's your sword was always going to break before his sword. The strength of the Black Knight and his blade was too much for it. Minute fight, yeah, it happens. Well then, what's the use in fighting? He said. Um, we don't really need that because we've established previously that he was the one talking, and there's no one else doing dialogue. Your kind has a will and passion beyond any race in this world. You can do anything you put your mind to, but maybe I can give you a push, give the right tool for the job. Yeah, okay. This drew Arthur's gaze once more. Well, that's at this point, you see, I do not give advice on tone or um, on voice because that is entirely the writer, in this case, Mr. DeCat's decision. He is the one knowing what he's going for. Is he going for Tolkien-ish? Is he going for something else? Or is he going for something that he feel works better for him? So it's one of the reasons why I don't play, like I will fix stuff like that in dialogue because that is something that needs to be resolved. But when it comes like, would I tell him to remove the sword? No. Would I change things? No, because that is entirely up to him at that point. This drew Arthur's gaze once more. Was someone like her going to offer him? We're missing something here. There's a... What? Okay. What was someone like her going to offer him? There is a sword within a crystal cave at the base of the mountain. The sword that helped begin your dynasty. You mean Excalibur, the Tyrant Blade. You have... You have it. You actually have it just lying around this forest somewhere. A realization came to Arthur as he looked over at the great black mountain and back at her. It was forged here, wasn't it? Is that the smoke blows from the black fountain, the great tyrant? Again, this is a little iffy. Is that the smoke blows from the black mountain, the great tyrant? What? Is that the smoke blowing from the black mountain, the great tyrant? Okay. What are you, what is Arthur asking here? So he's asking if the smoke is coming from the great tyrant. Okay. All right. So then okay. All right. So in that case, so for that, is that smoke? So, so long as in this paragraph, when you rework this, of all great black mountain with plumes as well. So long as this plume of smoke is still there, that it's still there, you probably don't need to. I mean, it is dialogue, but the other thing also is that in dialogue, we're not always overly descriptive. So it could be, is that smoke from the great tyrant? And if you are unsure, or if your beta readers point out that it's kind of vague, because then, because that is something else we do. Like when we talk, we're not overly descriptive, but we'll use the rest of our body to make sure what we're talking about is conveyed. So yeah, so something like that, like would. Yes, it is. I will help guide you to the sword. As she extended out her hand As she extended out her hand, and as if following her command, a seemingly sentient ball of blue fire. How does he know? How can he say sentient? Like, what is the ball of blue fire doing that gives the impression it can think? In this case, like this is a bit of a stretch with only what's there. Yeah, but the thing is, the talking with her with the ball comes after Arthur already knows it might be sentient. That, this is the thing is the order in which you establish things is the order in which the point of view character can knows things. So, and the thing is, if the ball and the lady talk, do you need to say it might be sentient? Like, it's able to converse. You know, as if a blue ball of fire danced through the air to hover in her hand. She spoke with the flame in another language. Okay, and here's where, because you see, okay, here's where, if you want to convey that the flame as intellect, oops, come on. Because if she talks to the ball, we're not establishing anything about the ball. But if they speak, both of them, in a different language, well, then now we're establishing that the ball can also speak. Therefore, as a certain level of intellect. She then looked to him. Follow Willow here. They will guide you. Do you have a weapon I can borrow? You will not need one. Even the carnivores of the forest follow my will, she said, and Arthur offered her one more bow. And okay, that's that's and and here's where, like, this one can be broken two different places, but at this point you'd want to remove one of the end and adjust everything. So for one more bow, follow, and this is where I say adjusting, because if you remove that one, this needs to become its own phrase. And at that point, it's a question of you figuring out which one sounds the best, which one flows better, which one works better for the way you are telling the story, for the language you are using, and the tone you are going for. Arthur, okay, I need to ask something. Is the Lady of the Lake considered Fae? Is the Lady of the Lake part of the Fae? No, she's not. Is that something Arthur would know? Because, you know, then I need to ask another question. Because in our world's legends, you never make a deal with the Fae. The Fae are trickster. The Fae are looking to steal you away. And you know, as me, I am very suspicious of what's going on here. So there's a question of why does Arthur trust her so much? Like, what does he, and here's the thing, this, I'm not saying you need to write down on the page he trusted her because of this, because that. The thing is, this is something you need to know as the writer. It doesn't have to be written, but you have to. So he knows her legends, and in her legends, she's always a good person. Okay. All right. That's enough. Cursor is back here. Okay. Arthur was led by Willow through the forest. However, he stopped when he heard the sound of something crashing through the undergrowth from the nearby tree line. He glanced and saw bright yellow eyes of something on all four with green fur. Right before he darted it, is this referring to Arthur or the animal? For sure. Well, in this context, it would be enough, because that's how we tend to refer to creatures. We don't usually assign gender to creatures unless, one, we specifically know their gender, and I don't see him, asking it to turn around and raise its tail. And two, we have a certain level of emotional attachment to the creature. That tends to be what's required before we will assign gender. Otherwise, a dog's a dog and it's an it. I actually got in trouble with friends of mine when I was younger because I had a cat. And she'd been neutered. And my friends kept referring to my cat as it. And I got really annoyed. And I went, "It's a she." And my friends looked at me, and the bigger context is that we're all French speakers, and in French, there it's very there's no neutral gender, and we were practicing our English and all that, so it was very amusing to us. Like, yeah, I got owned that time, but yeah, it is plenty. So it darted back, and it's also just so that there's a quick differential between him, who is definitely he, and whatever is coming, so that it's clearer. It darted back into the undergrowth. For a brief moment, he stared at the bushes and trees, and felt something stare right back. He didn't know what he saw, but anything that hid and stroke him. Stalked him? You do have a tendency to change verb tense. You go from past to present, if ever. That is something you're going to want to double check when you do the second draft. All right, we are going to have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 29 enemies. Bonska starts in the lead. And Neon Hallow is now in second. In first, Reload Bunny is in first. Neon is in second. Bonska is in third. Sigma takes over second place. Let's see. Tundra Chick is now in first, and with that, we're done. We've won. Tundra Chick is in first place with 9 kills. Sigma OS is in second place, 7 assists, and Bone Ska, as well as Neon Hollow and Reload Bunny, are in third, 6 assists each. We have fairies. Do we have an Oliver? We do not. Lego heads and monks are not claimed by anyone at this time. So, Sergeant K Dog gets monked. 2 Vulcan? 2, you know what? I think that's Vulcan. Anyway, VLKN gets Legos and Minu gets fairies. And we move on to a gold chest before the boss. And more. Looks like this guy is a target. Alrighty, so it's past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where berserkers get purchased. I'm above 20. Wrong button. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I got another one. Ooh, more berserkers. And half an hour to see how this turns out. Now to visit the viewer side where flying rogues get purchased. I'm above 50k. I'm above 55. And that is that. He screams, stumping his foot toward the bush. Beasts are immense size of the green beast. That fled into the depth of the woodland. Are they both the same creature? One creature. You may want to give an indication of the size here, because if it's immense in size and all 4 green fur. Okay, so something on all 4 green fur, and then it darts back on the undergrowth. He's got enough to get a sense of how large it is. So the immense size. Oh, Okay, then that is something you'd want to establish, um, that it rose, because it's on very much unclear. And the thing also is that immense, like, immense is big all around, which would still convey with it on all four. Like something like a tiger is big, that it be on all four, or that it rears on its rear legs. It's like, if it's about, it looks bigger because it stands on two leg, um then you may want something like taller than he thought, you know or taller than him. That is an aspect that might not be quite as obvious in a quick look at a creature on all four that darts away. In this case, like, it's the really. There we go. Here we are. Here it's immense that caused my reaction, because immense means everything about the creature. Almost human, he said, squinting, yet was uncertain, as teasing fear gripped his heart. Teasing and gripping are kind of opposite. You would want to use one or the other in this case. Uh, Tense fear. Oh, I see. Then Willow zipped into his eyesight. Maybe he would jump? I'm not sure what this is about. Making him jump. Okay. Well, I would highly advise giving things a proper reading before handing them out to anyone. Because the time that I spend trying to figure this out, I'm not spending working on something else. It is why, the advice is always, when you hand your text to the editor, you want it to be the best you are capable of making it, because the editor only has a certain amount of energy to put into the work. It's not them not doing their job. Like my editor described it, like he can only catch 90% of my mistakes. you know, and that includes fixing things like this. So, I want to remove as many mistakes as I'm capable of catching so that then what he's working with is the important stuff. Fuck, he caught his breath. Okay. This is the kind of language you want to use with extreme care, and you want to make it something. You want to make it mean something. This is the kind of word that throwing around meaninglessly will hurt your story. In the West, this is an offensive word. This is the swear of all swear. There's a reason that when we are referring to this word, we don't say, well, I meant fuck. No, I meant the F word. This is not even a word that we use when we are referring to it to describe what was used. So I highly advise only use this word when it has a very strong impact. And yes, I know that in the real world, we're always throwing it around. But this is a place where you really want it to have strength when you're going to use it. Especially unless you're always using it, like unless every other character is throwing it around in your story, then okay, fine. It's it's that kind of word, and it can work. I personally still don't advise it, but it can be worth. While in real world we might say fuck because we're startled, in a story I would recommend if you want it, like just say he swore. If you want him to swear, or make up a swear. In Dungeon Runner, my swear word is abyss. When I'm writing something, and I'm writing it and I want to use the word fuck, I will use abyss. Sometimes it won't work and I'll have to find something else. And the few times that I use the word fuck, there's a reason I use it at that point. Doesn't use swear word often. I understand that, and but again, that one I would advise against it. All right, I'm coming, he said as it danced in front of him, and once again he followed it down the nature forest path. Is there really a path through the woods, through the forest? And does that path lead? Okay, so what word should it have been? Natural. Well, the question I'm asking is about this word here. Is there really a path through the forest? And does that path lead to the entrance of the Black Mountain? Are there bifurcation in that path? All right. In that case, I have to ask, why does he need Willow? Because the Lady of the Lake says that Willow will guide you to the sword. If the path leads directly there, well, why did she not just point to the path and say, follow that to the sword? I'm because, at this point, it's not like he walked for, the way things are written, it's not like he walked a very long time before reaching the forest. Okay. In that case, I would probably not mention a path unless you feel that it is important that there's an actual path there. Because since we're following Willow, he just has to continue following Willow through the forest. Because it's mainly it's mainly to avoid the reader asking questions. It was a random word you threw in. Again, I mentioned that before. You need to know why you are doing something. Because otherwise you don't you can't know the effect it's going to have. I followed it through the forest. Continuing onward, he paused for a moment to drink from a stream of water, and then took a moment to pick an apple from a tree. Biting into it, something rolled out of the wood. Something rolling out of the woods. I'm guessing this is what the woods undergrowth. Well, it's mainly that we've got the wood, the undergrowth. And it would be a case of one or the other, or making one the possessive of the other, establishing that the undergrowth belongs to the wood. Through his eyes, a black orb. As he stepped toward it, a small girl came out of the bushes and came to a sudden halt upon spotting him. She had blazing, glowing, fiery hair and skin like charcoal, with the glow of fiery vein coursing through her body. For a few moments, they stared at each other. Then Archer slowly picked up the black orb, which her gaze seemed to lock onto. She seemed to want it. He waved it at her and throws it through it. She caught it, clutching the orb in her hand. She looked up with a jovial smile and waved. He waved back. She darted back into the woods. He saw a much older female, like her, keeping her gaze upon him. Again, like this is a lot of phrasing. He waved at her. He waved at her and turned to the willow and thought it didn't have an eye, so he could feel it staring at him. And thought it didn't have an eye, so he could feel it staring at him. What are you aiming for here? I'm not... I... Oh, oh. That's the word you want then. Although it didn't have an eye, he could feel it staring at him. I'm ready to lead the way. Is this... Yeah, he said... So that's... that would be, I'm ready, lead the way. He said, just waiting for it to move on. The forest began to thin, the towering trees giving way to more open canopy. The ground beneath their feet softened, then through the trees he saw it. Skeletal remains of weathered stone structures, their once grand architecture now consumed by vines and moss. The ground was a patchwork of cracked stone and grass. Who knew how much of this place was swallowed by the forest? A chill ran down his spine as he stepped into the ruin. What is this place? He breathed, his voice echoing in the emptiness as the willow led him to the ruin. We've been using willow as a name pretty much the entire time, so you might want to either decide which, if it's a name or a descriptive, and just stick with that. Within the ruins was the crystal cave, though you wouldn't know it by the look of it. Again, this is third-person omniscient. Because all Arthur can know at this point is that there's a massive stone blocking his path, and Willow keeps hovering around it. And he has to infer from what he needs to do from there. And once he managed to pull the cover off, then the cave is revealed. Well, this is the difference between third-person omniscient and narrow. In omniscient, you can just give the information to the reader, and then the character reacts to what they see. In narrow, the only information the reader is allowed to have is what the point of view character has access to. So, and honestly, I don't buy this. He knew it was the crystal cave because Willow kept hovering around it. I don't buy it. He's in a ruin, not in the mountain, at the mountain, which means that he cannot expect this to be the cave until he takes it away. Because the cave is supposed to be in the mountain. This is what we've been told. Well, the thing, okay, well, you take it step by step. He arrives. You describe what he sees. You describe what Willow does. Then, how does Arthur react to that? And through a series of, maybe Arthur tries to walk around this. I don't know the layout, and Willow keeps drawing him back there until he's left with no other choice but to look at this stone and try to figure something to do with it. Can he push it out of the way? Can he grab it and pull it? But this is the thing that, like, people don't have access to knowledge. So all you need to do as the writer is establish, okay, he's in a dead end. What does he do? You know what you need him to do. Now you have to convince the reader that Arthur worked it out. He can't know information he doesn't have access to, but he can work out things. Okay, he doesn't know what's behind it, but through Willow's action, constantly bringing him back, clearly, whatever this is what he's got to deal with. And you have him deal with it. And, you can complicate it or not. That's entirely up to you. And once he's dealt with it, once he removes the stone, now he sees the crystal cave. And depending on the personality of your character, he can go, oh, okay. Or more typical of my characters, look at Willow and go, really? You couldn't tell me? Which Willow clearly can't. But that's the thing, is that, that's the difference between omniscient or not. And even with omniscient, you need to remember that the information is only available to the reader. The character cannot know what the narrator is talking about, which is why I, as a writer, do not use it. I am trying to use it in one story, and I keep failing. I keep going back narrow, because I have this difficulty if it differs there. But yeah. But that's the thing. Like all you need to do is move through the scene with the character and have them interact with what's there, and use the environment, the other people, to get the character to figure things out in the direction you need them to do so that you can progress the story in the direction you want it to go. Give me a moment. I'll just take care of that. All right. With a grunt, he pulled the stone cover, which fell to the floor with a thud. And before him was the crystal cave. And, this is where you have, the reveal, of everything he's gone through. And at that point, you can have his reaction. The cave's beautiful entrance was a stark contrast with the overgrown ruin outside. It was overrun with many colors, shimmering crystal, both large and small, that seemed to glow with faint inner light. As Arthur ventured into the cave, the echoing drips of water from unseen As he ventured into the cave, from out. I think you mean out of sight. From out of sight. The cave's floor was a mosaic of wet, slippery stone and patches of dry, cracked earth. As Arthur ventured deeper with Willow, his silent follower? No. Willow is in the lead. He is following Willow. The cave opened up into a larger chamber. Within the room was 3 doors. 1 gold before him, 1 silver to the left, and one lead to his right. Each had a plaque above with the writing he couldn't read. Before him appeared the Lady of the Lake, who took form before him. This is literally the same thing twice, so you're going to want to pick one. Willow should go away. Okay. Arthur was taken aback. How? How could you know I'm here? If he knows the legends of the Lady of the Light of the Lake, that's an odd question to ask, I think. Never mind that, dear. What's important is you have a choice. You can walk through any door, but it will shut behind you once you step through. Again, this is basically the same thing as walking through any door. I can look at each one first, yes, but it will make no difference. They all appear the same at first, and we'll open them up, and I will open them up when the time comes for you to leave. We will have an advertising, Stream Murder Battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 36 allies. We are going... Oh, there's more than one target. Okay. We are going up against 30-some enemies. Neon Hallows in first place. Tundra's in second. Coralize, Alexia have killed Epics. Let's see. Neon's in first. Eyes of Time is in second. Tundra Chick is in third. JL takes over third, and we're done. We've won. Neon Hollow is in first place, 1 kill, 16 assists. Eyes of Time is in second place, 1 kill, 11 assists. And JL Kato is in third, 10 assists. We have gold, big and small, and no Dr. Derb. Which means Fluke Rogi gets big gold, Quinn gets small gold. And we move on for the last battle of the day to the boss. Good place to end the day, hopefully with a victory. Alrighty. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. What dangers are behind the wrong choice? None of the choices will harm you. With a wave of hers, With a wave, the writing above each door changed to his language, and he read the plaque upon each door. Arthur went to the gold door, which said, "I shall give you the power and I shall give you power and strength." His gaze lingered on the door, and for a second he reached out to open it, but he decided to read the other door first. Arthur went to the silver door, which read, "I shall give you the glory you are owed." He sneered and shook his head. "Glory is not given," he muttered, and moved on. Arthur went to the lead door, which read, You shall give me all you have. Shall. You shall give me all you have. And Abra arose, and he looked at the Lady of the Lake. You said nothing will harm me, but this sounds like a challenge. Nothing will harm you unless you put yourself in danger, and even then it will be a fair challenge. That gives you a chance to back out. He turned back to the lead door. A challenge? Of what kind, I wonder? Curiosity getting the better of him, pushes through the lead door, which slams shut behind him. Quick question regarding Arthur. Have you established before this point that he is someone who gives in to his curiosity? Yes? Okay, cool. Making his way down the pitch black hallway, the unnerving darkness tunneling his vision. What? The unnerving darkness tunneling his vision towards the light that shone ahead. Well, like a challenge is one thing. But here, he is doing it because he's curious. He's not doing it because it's a challenge, or at least the way it is worded. It's his curiosity that drives him on, not the challenge. So that's why I'm asking if he is. That's why I'm asking if he's someone who gives into his curiosity, because it is worded the way it's worded. That is what drives him. Curious about that? Okay, then you'll want to rearrange that so that is clear. And here's the thing. The solution is actually taking stuff out rather than adding stuff in. Because, and here's the thing, like curiosity getting the better of him. Because if all you do is this, then it's clear that it's about the challenge, not about anything else. And the fact that he's curious about it is implied at that point, because he's already asking the question. I wonder what kind of challenge. There's your element of curiosity. Nothing to be heard save the echo of his footstep on the rocky floor. His mind was okay. His mind was racing, but heard. His mind was racing with ideas of what could lay ahead, what challenge awaited him. His hand tingling with excitement, which seemed to extend to the rest of his body, followed by a dizzy spell, but he continued onward, the light getting closer. Then a thought came to him. What was he doing here? Where was he still? He continued to draw the towards. Pretty sure that's what you meant. Towards the light, like a moth to flower, like a moth to a flame. If this is a thought that he's having, I would question why he's not stopping, because moth and flames never ends well for the moth. Then he stepped into the light. The light hit him like a stun spell. Has he been on the receiving end of such magic? Because it's one thing to know it exists, but if he's never been on the receiving end, it feels like an odd analogy. Could have. I would either establish that it's happened, like as he encountered magic at any point before this time. Like the classical world of King Arthur is a low magic one. So magic is not common. And would Merlinus have used a stun spell on him? Is he that kind of person? Well, then instead of just saying like a stun spell, link it to that event. Because just saying a stun spell feels like the writer didn't really know what to use. But if you make it a memory of Arthur, well, then we know where it comes. You know, the reader is told this is where it's coming from. This is why he knows what something like this feels like. Sending him into a daze as his swirling head had felt like he had just woken up. Stepping out of the light, he was in his bedroom at Camelot Castle. Oh, you're going to want to rework that. He stood there for a few moments, wondering what he was doing and how he got here. Then a voice called out to him, "Arthur!" It was Morgaze. What was she doing here? As he turned to lay out on his bed. As he turned to her, lay out on his bed within red and black dress. The top was skin tight. Yeah, this... I cannot make heads or tails of this. Right off the bat, there's clearly punctuation missing. Well, it was Morgaze. What was she doing here as he turned to her layout on his bed within her red-black dress? One, it's too long. Like, I literally had to catch my breath here. The top was skin-tight. Like, it feels like it's all mashed together. Like, clearly you're conveying her description. But it's so mashed up that for me to help you with this, I would literally have to ask you to rewrite everything what you meant here, which is doing the work 3 times basically. But yeah, this is part of what I mean, where you want to clean everything up as best as you can, because This is stuff like I can't do anything with it. Like I can't help you with that. But it's still time I'm stuck on trying to figure out what is supposed to, what you intend to be there until I reach the point. Yeah, I'm not. But you know, but the thing is that it's taking time away from other things I could be helping with. That is why handing over as clean as possible a work helps you, or helps me help you, because now I have more time to deal with, you know, the stuff that that where you would be struggling in the actual craft of writing. Da, 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 da. He kept his eyes fixed on her as she sauntered over across the dimly lit bedroom. There you are. I was wondering where you were, she asked, batting her eyes at him and stroking his face. The touch sending tingled on his spine. When she stepped close, he stepped back, rising out of the daze he was in. What's going on? Why am I here? What do you think, dummy? She teased. We're here to celebrate your victory. Albion is safe. You no longer have anything to worry about. Save your stamina, she said with a wink. Albion was safe. He could finally relax, he told himself, yet came to again when he realized suddenly Margaze was pressing her alluring body into his. As at come face to face with him, she leaned in for a kiss, putting her arm across his body and pushing her back. He stopped her, panic and lust steering around his body in equal measure. Do remember we're half brother and sister. We can't do this anymore. Tried to remain stern. Only half, she smirked. Beside? Other royals are at it. Why deny yourself the pleasure? Then came the feeling again, begging him to relax. He fought back. No, this is Albion, and that does not happen here. It already has. She giggled. She giggled and closed the gap once more. Just relax and give in. No, he said sternly. I swore I would never commit such sin again. I will not do it. She scoffed. Really, no one knows what awaits the next life. You're going to deny yourself because of a half chance at an afterlife? Come on, stop messing around. I know just how much you enjoy our time together. But as she reached out her hand, he knocked him away. Faith may not mean anything to you, but it's everything to me. No, now leave me be and return to your room. He commanded. Her face turned to a scowl. You there? Make me leave? You dare make me leave and we're done, she warned. Leave, or by God, I'll call for the guards. He bellowed back with such fury that she backed down. She backed down. A sense of relief washed over him as he watched her leave. Then the walls began to shimmer and shake as they dissolved into the cave he stood in. Dazed and confused, his face darted from left to right as he looked around, the room lit by dozen upon dozen of bright glows of the crystal in many colors. Arthur was left breathless. His heart pounded in his chest, a mix of relief and confusion. He looked around, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it a test of his willpower? The vision of Margaze was vivid. Her allure still lingered on his mind, and he shook it off as all his senses returned. His eyes locked onto what was ahead of him. His jaw opened. In the heart of this crystalline cave stood a monolithic block of worn-out ancient stone. Embedded within it was a sword. Its obsidian black. Etched within it was gold formed into patterns that covered it alongside many glimmering garnet and ruby gemstone. The cross guard was shaped into dragon wing. The blade was blood red with a fire glow to it, running up and down the blade and running up and down blade, and light smoke lingering around the surface of the blade. The swords had an otherworldly beauty Arthur had never seen before. Yeah, this is another one you're going to want to rework. There's a lot of information, very compact in there, that gets a little confusing. Slowly, Arthur stepped toward the sword in the stone, his eyes never leaving its beauty. When stepped before the sword with the reverence, carefully putting his hand upon the silky smooth hilt, for a moment he stared at the large ruby perfectly centered within the pommel. Then with all his might he pulled the gorgeous blade from the stone and looked upon it with awe as he brought the blade level to his eyes, along with the handle. The sword was slightly taller than Arthur himself. Yet the blade was light as a feather within his hand. This has to be the greatest weapon ever forged. The chuckling echoed within the cavern, and as Arthur lowered his sword, looked toward the dark corridors, his heart pounding in his chest. He slowly turned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he saw a figure emerge from the shadow. It was his own reflection, a perfect doppelganger wielding the same gleaming sword. Certainly unworthy of a weakling like you, his doppelganger said, his voice distorted as he stepped forward, a cruel smile twisting across his lips as he readied its sword. "What are you?" Arthur demanded, his voice trembling slightly as fear gripped his heart. "Can you not see? I am you." The doppelganger laughed darkly, but seriously. You really think a fancy new sword is all it's going to take to beat the Black Knight? The problem is much deeper than that. You're just not good enough. You are weak. I am not weak, Arthur bellowed, and I will not be talked down to by a mere illusion. You don't scare me. And you are a child who treats combat like playtime. Someone who could never compare to Uther. Just look at how you fare against the Black Knight. He played you like a fiddle, his doppelganger said, and readied his blade, and surging forward across the cave as Arthur barely managed to parry the blow, forcing him to stagger back. Battle is life or death. It's killed or be killed. It's no game. The doppelganger continued. You certainly do love the sound of your own voice. How about you shut up and let your sword do the talking? Arthur said, as the doppelganger grinned and came to him like a raging bull. He put on the back foot, defending and dodging the constant attack. Arthur didn't notice that he was going faster and stronger than he ever had before. Okay, if he doesn't notice, it cannot be commented upon. Again, third-person narrow can only describe what the point of view character notices, what the point of view character knows, nor that any minor cuts he got was instantly healed. Instantly heated up and boiled into searing black flesh. Come at me like you mean it, said the doppelganger, as a vision appeared within his mind. Camelot aflame, his family dead amidst the massacre. No, Arthur whispered, shaking his head. And as doppelganger laughed, Arthur glared at the amused doppelganger. You will want... Doppelganger is a sufficiently uncommon term that you would want to use it no more than 3 times in all of this. You will want to look for alternatives, and I'm not meaning different kind of words to mean a doppelganger, just other ways. Like, it's only the 2 of them. His reflection, just referring to his opponent, because this gets tiring a fair bit. No, that will not happen, he bellowed. Then wake up, boy. You played a great game of politics. That is the fate of the loser. Now come at me. Doppelganger roared with a bellowing war cry. Arthur launched himself at the doppelganger, his blade moving with renewed vigor. The cavern echoed with the sound of clashing sword, each strike resonating with Arthur's newfound determination, and upon delivering a powerful blow that opened the doppelganger's guard, the doppelganger stood there as he precise thought the chainmail as it melted away like butter as the blade embedded into his flesh. He saw the doppelganger's skill boil up, fire burst out of his mouth and roast from the inside out. The body, a dry husk, collapsed to the floor. The doppelganger dissolved into nothing, leaving Arthur standing alone in the cavern, his chest heaving. Arthur lowered his sword, his body trembling with exhaustion as he staggered away, staring widened eyes at where the body lay. When raising his sword, he looked upon his sword that did such horror, and blood of fear went through him as he saw the doppelganger's reflection within the bloody blade. Use me well. The doppelganger's laughter laughed as his visage faded. Bolt. Okay. All right. The first thing I am going to say is what I've said before earlier today. Clean the text up before you hand it to anyone. Handing something like that to a beta reader would have cost you the beta reader. Nobody wants to read something like this because it's not their job to deal with something like this. Like, if I was a professional editor, I would literally have returned this to you and go clean this up. Because honestly, like, this is sort of a waste of your time. Like, and I get that, no real money was spent, so it's not that big of a deal. But most of what I said throughout this read and correct was, you need to clean this up. This, you need to clean that up. I can't do anything with this because I don't understand what you mean. But this is this is not about the story not being anywhere near done. It's about the quality of the work you hand over to the person you're asking for help. If cleaning something up is something that, with the way you work, only happens once the story is finished, then once the story is finished is the only time someone can then help you. Okay. I am going to suggest that you put this in Google Docs. And there's a way to get Google Doc to read it back to you. and listen to what it's reading. Because I suspect that what is happening here is that when you are looking this over real quick, is your mind is fixing everything as you're reading it. It's why I do my read and correct, because I discovered that when I just read that in my mind, I see what I meant, not what I wrote. And for something that is purely for you that nobody else will ever see, that's fine. Because at that point, what you wrote simply serves as mnemonic triggers for your mind to get the right information. But the moment you want to convey it to other people, then that is no longer enough. The information, the proper information, the full information needs to be on the page, because the reader is not in your mind. And, if simply rereading something is not enough to bring the text to that level, we need to find alternative. Like I said, for me, this is how I came to read and corrects, because I discovered that, as clean as I thought my story was, turns out that, it wasn't clean, and hearing it from the outside, well, I would still say, before you hand me the fanfic, run it, listen to it through Google Doc or whatever other program you are comfortable using for text to speech. Honestly, no matter what you think, run it through that, because the odds are good that it will point out things that you will need to adjust, and it's better than it does, rather than me, having to use up time dealing with that, because again, that is time I can't help you with in the other stuff. And if everything sounds good, well, cool, but I think that it is something you will want to get in the habit of doing. That once you're done, with, and well, the thing again, the thing to keep in mind, it's not about me ultimately. But did you notice that throughout the last third, I barely stopped? Like, I simply read through what was there. I barely stopped, only the big one. And the reason I did that is that I could tell that if I would be repeating whatever I said, but also I would never have reached the end of the block, and I wanted to at least reach that so I could try to give you a sense of the whole thing. But yeah, this is where making sure the text is clean really helps. And as for the whole thing, at this stage, there's a definite sense, and it's fine for a first draft, which is what it is. There's a definite sense of the plot driving the story. Arthur is doing everything the story needs him to do, that it makes sense or not. And the example to give is with the entrance to the cavern. Like, you need him to go in, and of course, Arthur just knows this is the right way. Doesn't quite work, and this is something that you can fix in second and further draft. But like at this stage, you are working out what you need to happen, and then you'll need to make sure that the reader, the reader believes that it's not happening because the plot needs it to happen, but because Arthur. Well, the challenge itself is without knowing. Okay, the challenge itself, without knowing the end goal of the story, is okay. Like, I don't know. Well, okay. With Marguerite, I kind of get the sense that it was about, taking what was offered, taking the easy way out, doing things, giving in, is the sense I got for that one. With the doppelganger, it feels more like that one. That one I'm not sure, honestly, because he already has the magical sword in his hand. Like, this is a challenge that happens after after he won, basically. And I don't know, like a wake-up call. Okay, well, in that case, the reason I didn't get that is I'm missing everything that comes before it, because that is where you will establish that he's not taking things seriously. Because here, we've got the doppelganger telling him that, but it's a doppelganger. It's a test. I, as the reader, cannot trust what the doppelganger is saying, because as the reader, while I don't know what the doppelganger's agenda is, I know there is one. So this is where everything leading up to this moment would come into play to the reader. That, where you would show Arthur never taking things. Well, like I said, the first challenge with Marguerite, it's about not giving in. It's about not, the sense that I got. It's about, being off the doors. I mean, the second one makes sense. Again, that would depend a lot on things that have been established, because again, like the challenge thing, that he's driven by challenge. I don't know that, because again, that is something you would establish. In everything leading up to this, that he likes a challenge. I will say that if he likes a challenge, it will be an interesting line to walk between not taking things seriously and liking a challenge. It is an interesting combination. The first one, getting the power, getting the strength to. And the thing is, like, it's doable. Like, it is definitely doable. But it will be an interesting walk. The first one. I shall give you power and strength. Well, again, to be fair, door 1 and 2 are irrelevant, because ultimately it's not a puzzle he needs to answer. It's going for what drives him. Okay, actually, I am going to go up to something real quick. This is a trope that not only has it been overused, but it is extremely speciesist. Humans are better than anyone else. When an author says that, you know, even through the mouth of another character, and that the story kind of confirms it, I have to question. Your kind has a will and passion beyond any race in this world. You can do anything you put your mind to. But maybe I can give you... This is basically what it is. You are better than anything else. Now, and this is an easy fix in my mind, because all you need to do is make it about Arthur and Arthur only. Not your kind. You have a will and a passion beyond anyone I've seen. Because that's the thing. Oh, and hello, Mango King. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? This is the thing, is that, and here's the thing. To be fair, you want to leave it like that, it's fine. It's your story. But again, know why you are doing it. Well, you're not distracting at this point. This is the tail end of the read and comment, which is something I offer to the people who are as a chat reward, if you want to take a look at it. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. It's the thing about because the thing is, as a human, ourselves, it feels very self-entitled to have a story tell us that. And me personally, I am so tired of it. but the thing again, like, it's, be careful. Again, like, it comes back to what I've said multiple times. Be able to explain why you are doing it. If you're writing it just because it felt right, that's not quite what, you need to understand. You need to know, you need to write with purpose. You need to know why. And again, this is a first draft. At this point, it's not that important. But once the story is finished, you need to be able to explain your decisions. Okay, if she's saying every race, if that's what the intent behind this, then... Wait. Okay, battle is ready. So, okay. But in that case... Well, this is the thing. And this is why I do this. This is why I offer it. Because if that's our intent, then the thing you need to remove to start with is the anything. You can do anything you put your mind to. And you redeemed one? Okay, let me. So, again, like, pick one trait that makes the human, that is superior in the humans. Let's say that you make it your passion. Then you can go and, because the thing is, you include too many things in this line. That's why it comes across as something that is all encompassing. So let's say that, according to the Lady of the Lake, the human have a passion that is beyond anything of the other races of the realms. Then use that. Go with that. Your kind has a passion beyond any of the race of this world. With that, you can win. But let me give you a push. Yeah, I'm not saying use passion, but the thing is, pick one. Because if every race has their big thing, giving humans multiple of them takes it away from the other races. So if that is the route you're going to take, give humans one trait and build everything around that. And that way it's less about making humans everything. It's about making human that one thing. Well, the thing, it doesn't need to be passion. Again, I haven't seen everything else you've written to that point. It could be willpower. It could be willpower. It could be ingenuity. I tend to write my humans as highly adaptive. To me, that tends to be the one thing I go for. Humans are very adaptable. But that's the thing, is pick one and make that the element that make human apart. Pick the one for the Black Knight. What makes it? Why did he win in that battle? Because it can't be just because Arthur was weak or didn't take the battle seriously enough. There has to be the Black Knight has to be excellent at his one thing, at the thing of his race. All right, we are going to have Stream Raider Battle, an advertising, Stream Raider Battle, and I'll be back after that. But it's the difference between making humans everything and making them strong. Kings don't pay taxes, you will never know at Twitch. Well, congratulations. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. JL Cato's in second. Helpful Onion is in third. Dex Karma killed it. Wow. That was quick. And we're done. We've won. Really? Twitch, that is not Sigma's icon. Sigma OS is in first place with 9 assists. JL Cato is in second place, 6 kills, 2 assists. And Helpful Onion is in third, 7 assists. We have Centurion, we've got Shinobis, we've got no one claiming them. So, Zibid gets Shinobis, JL Cato gets Centurions. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Placement will start for a hard battle. Yeah, we will have token, skin, and the boss. So I hope to see you then. Oh, you are welcome. I'm not done. This is just the last battle because I don't start a battle because if I'm off stream, I know I'm going to forget about it. So I'll always end my battles on stream if I can manage it. What would I say suits the Fae? Honestly, I don't know. Because it depends on the world. I mean, possibility right up front is magic. Magic could be their thing. But you mentioned how the things they make are better than humans. It could be that. They could be, as a race, crafting could be the thing that makes them stand apart. They achieve greatness through the items that they craft. It could be that too. It can be anything. You just have to keep it in mind as you write the story. And Mango King, feel free to ask them, but I will be right back. They use magic to make item? Okay. Then, yeah. Then magic could definitely be the thing that puts them apart. But yeah, Mr. the Cat, the biggest thing I'd like you to take away from this is use an app to listen to your story. I think that if you do that, and please don't listen to it while doing something else. Sit with the text in front of you and listen to it and read along, because you'll probably notice places where what you read is not what you hear. Does writing ever feel lonely? It's fun, but you feel like you're leaving a trail of breadcrumbs at best. People will tell you how cool you placed them, but you never get to know what it was like there. People will tell you how cool you place them. You may need to rework that. I'm not sure what you mean. Does it ever feel lonely? There's a reason. There's a reason I stream. There's a reason I stream, to have company. Will tell you how cool. Oh, how cool it is that you placed them. But you never get to know what it was like there. Okay. I'm in a different situation than you, Mango King, because I'm a discovery writer. I don't actually know where the story is going. Or if I know where it's going, I don't know how it's going to get there. So I'm very often in a situation of, oh my God, what the hell is going on? What are they doing? Please don't go there. Like I'm not an outliner, so those I don't put breadcrumbs there. I look behind me at what's there, and yeah, on that level, so I do feel the places the reader gets to. Not the same way they do, but I do. Another aspect, which, I don't know your reasons for writing, but I write for me. I write for myself before anyone else. The stories that I write are because I want to read that story. I publish them after the fact because, you know what? The story exists. What else am I going to do with it? But you know, I write the stories that I do because I can't find them anywhere. Like, nobody writes the kind of story I want to read. Nobody writes the story where the monster is not only the main character, but by the time the story is over, by the time the monster gets his happy ending, he's still a monster. Um, you have cooked up a thought experiment. If a writer had an island with nothing but endless pen and paper, would they still finish their book? Well, I would, because I want to see the end of my story. Um, all right, read. Right, sorry about it. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. the Cat. All right, the next one would be September 26th. But yeah, it's one of the reason, Mango King, why, you know, if you hang out, if you hang around a while, you will find that you will hear me say a lot, know why you are writing. There's no wrong answer to that question, but the answer can help you figure out how to go about your writing, because every answer has consequences. You research your library recently. There are no YA fiction author for martial arts. Your reason is to bend the genre to your will. Very cool. Now here's my question to you. Why do you want to do that? Why are you writing? Again, there's no wrong answer. And honestly, if you don't want to say, that's fine. Like, this is not you are mandated to answer my question. Um, but think about it. You know, understand it and be honest. This is a case where dishonesty will hurt you. Because again, like, there's, you know, if you are writing, okay, not you. If a writer writes to make money, they cannot approach it the same way as if they write for their own personal pleasure. Because while it is possible to make money writing for your pleasure, it's a lot less likely than if you are purposely writing to write to make money, because then you do the research, you study the market, you find out what the audience wants, and you give them that. You're right, because you're a storyteller at heart. You always enjoy video editing, but you never understood the core of it. Light and awe and people had. They understood you in some way briefly. So you write for yourself? You're not sure? This is where this is why I say the question is important. The answer to that question is important because, you know, in very general term, if you write for yourself versus if you write to make money, you will have to make sacrifices. If you write for yourself, one of the big sacrifices you're going to have to make, if publishing is part of what you intend to do, your income will never be that high. You might be the lucky one, but the stats, the odds are not in your favor. You know, if you write to make money, you won't be able necessarily to tell the stories you want to tell, because you will have to find a way of taking the stories you want to tell and craft them in a way that the audience will want to read, because that's how you make money with books. You write the stories the audience wants to read. That means you're going to have to do research. That means you're going to have to study what else is in the market. You know, where, like you said, there's a lack in the YA subgenre about martial art. You know, but that's the thing, like you know, you knowing the core of the reason why you write means you can make the correct decisions or accept the consequences of those decisions. Like, I lost track at one point of why I wrote. When I started publishing, I started thinking that I was writing to make money. And those were probably the two most miserable 2 years of my life, because that's how long it took, give or take, to remember that that's not why I write. I don't write to make money. Making a little bit of money is a consequence of having written a book. I write because I want to read the story I've written, and because I am incapable of not writing. I need to write, you know. And like I said earlier, nobody writes the books that I want to read, so I'm gonna write them. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What format do you want it in? PDF. All right, that's perfect, because that's all right. And I have linked you the file in a Whisper. All right, and with that, I need to bring the stream to an end. Just beginning swing a sword. You believe you're coming into a new skill, completing your. And you know, and the other thing also to keep in mind is that the answer to that question will change over time. You know, as you gain more information, as you figure out why, because right, you know, as you said, right now you're discovering things. You know, And as you ride, as you gain a handle on the skill, you will, I can guarantee that, figure out reason why you're doing it. And you will adapt, you know. So all right, so we are gonna start, we're gonna go with a raid to Angst, as I am not taking the time to check if anyone else is around. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will